changing, wishing I could be a part of everything. Seems I really do care. Choose which way to go. Listen to myself or rely on you. Throw myself into this stream of life. Nobody knows. Nobody knows. And stars become the same. Yesterday, I think I was someone else. Which way can I choose? Which way to go? Listen to myself or rely on you. Throw myself into this stream of life. Nobody knows.
fresh air while the band played on. There was a sweetness in the air, and we act like we don't care. We just float along. The autumn changes leaves, and dreamers make believe at the big parade. Will I remember you in December and the glow of the lights? 'Cause now we're getting older, and you'll always have a shoulder to get you through the night and the big parade. At the big parade. Are you missing home? Are you all alone? Will I remember you in December and the glow of the light at the big parade? At the big parade. Let me count the ways of all the happy days. Fish in the sea to the birds in the trees. Clouds rolling in, but I'm still with my friends. Don't you love these rainy days? Like words on a page, you're up on a stage, dreaming out loud, head in the clouds. No matter the weather, we're still here together. Don't you love these rainy days? This is our song, so take my hand and start to sing along. Don't you just love these rainy days? 'Cause in the end, I promise I'll always be your friend. Rain or shine, give it time, everything's fine. Let me count the ways of all the happy days. Fish in the sea to the birds in the trees. Clouds rolling in, but I'm still with my friends. Don't you love these rainy days? Like words on a page, you're up on a stage, dreaming out loud, a stage in the clouds. No matter the weather, we're still together. Words on a page, up on a stage, head in the cloud, on a stage, on a stage. Don't you love these rainy days? Ain't it great to be alive? Wake up, a new day. Get out, make waves, an ocean of possibilities. Night skies to blue days, reach up, a feeling, an ocean of possibilities. Ain't it great to be alive? 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 was a little bit older. Weight of the world on my shoulders. Wish it didn't feel so far. Going in circles in the backseat of your car. City lights look like stars. Wind in your hair, trying to act like I don't care. Wish it didn't feel so wrong. Now it's gone. I should be bigger, but I'm feeling small. Before you fly, you gotta learn to crawl. Don't wanna sound ungrateful, cause really I'm thankful. You've always been a rock. But I gotta roll, cause this is getting old. Won't conform, break the mold. Truth be told, part of soul, can't control what you can hold. I wish I was a little bit older. World is feeling colder. I'm growing up, doing what I gotta do. Faster than you want me to. Moving on. I'm growing up, staring in the rear view. Improvising, making do. Finally we're breaking through and growing up. I'm growing up, doing what I gotta do. Faster than you want me to. Moving on. I'm growing up, staring in the rear view. Improvising, making do. Finally we're breaking through and growing up. Oh yeah. I'm growing up. Oh yeah.
Why, hello there, Meerkat. How's it going? Also, thank you, Meerkat. I'm glad you liked it. And yes, that page was very wholesome. How are things going on over there? Worse. Good, I hope. What about you ask? At least that's what I think WBU stands for. Doing alright. Kinda. Maybe not really. Kinda here and there, sort of. Sleepy. And late. The comic. This page should have already have been done and posted on Patreon. Haven't gotten around to doing it yet, so I'm a little bit late. Literally, because it's very late in the night, the day.
when the sun's shining bright. 'Cause now we're getting older, but you always have a shoulder to get you through the night. Go and walk your way. Go and walk your way. There is no place like a home where you never feel alone. And the spring makes flowers bloom. You will always have your room when you walk your way. With all the sweetness in the air, just remember that we care, but we can't come alone. Your friends will help you there, always ready to share. You've been play zone. Go and walk your way. Go and walk your way. There is no place like a home where you never feel alone. The spring makes flowers bloom. You will always
were sore from the way that I bore on my back. But you banished the shadows when you opened that door. The light flooded in and I wasn't so scared anymore. So now I rattle the demons and make them afraid. And I will shout, crown me 10 paces, and they'll draw arms whichever they choose. It might not shine, but I'll defend what's mine. 'Cause this may be the one fight I can't lose. 'Cause this may be the one fight I can't lose. For that nothing could catch me, for that I was too fast. But then you were beside me and I guess I stood still at last. One day I was the monster hiding under the bed. The next I was slayed by the words I replayed in my head. But now I rattle the monsters and make them afraid. Oh, and I will shout, crown me 10 paces, and they'll draw arms whichever they choose. It might not shine, but I'll defend what's mine. 'Cause this may be the one fight I can lose. 'Cause this may be the one fight I can lose. 'Cause this may
Hello there. Kumida Kumida. Thank you. Welcome. E boa tarde pra você também. Tarde, entre aspas. Also, hello there, Des, right? Welcome. It's impromptu art stream. How's y'all crazy late night kids doing? And Des, you say you just got home from work. Well, welcome back. How was your day? Also, by golly, what time is it over there? And comida. It's not late night here, not even 10:30 p.m. Just finished a 14-hour workday, so now you're relaxing. You planned to write, but now that I have to wait. Day was productive. Those weird people that enjoys what they... Oh, you mean an artist? That's good. That's right, it's 1:23 a.m. currently, and it's a really time to be getting back home from work. Sean Gibson on the YouTube chat says, nothing much, dude, just enjoying the night and the stream. Why, thank you. Glad you're enjoying it. As always, this stream is being broadcast both on YouTube and Ricardo, each with their individual chats. I'll be reading messages from both. Albeit today is more of a quiet stream day. I have not got much subjects to talk about. Mostly just work. And that's right, you said that you work at a Wendy's. It's about as okay as you can have when you have a dick manager that sometimes mean for. That sucks. Hopefully it's an okay Wendy's. Is that where you get your name from? Des? Because you work at a Wendy's? A bad joke, I know, but the Hatch made it. I had to make it. Rather. Gotta get my English right. Mere Cat on YouTube chat says, Doug, what Do you have a favorite animal you like to draw? Uh, have to be dogs. Well, dogs and wolves and such. Mostly wolves, because dogs are kind of varied. There's many breeds of dogs. Wolves are more straightforward. Shamefully, I don't draw enough wolves. For reason or I guess that even though they are my favorite, I do also realize how they're kind of done. Besides, I like to draw different animals to try out new things and learn more. Hard to learn much if you're always drawing and doing the same thing. To shake it up a little bit. Des said best one in the area. That's good. So pretty busy. And no, Des Wright is shortened form of your son's name of Desmond Wright. Don't write, actually. Don't like writing much, ironically. So I guess the white part, right? The right part of your name is, it's more of a name that is just there, not necessarily what you do, like Baker or Miller or Smith. Or Bridge Builder. Or Tank Engine. One of those kinds of names that is also descriptor of what you do, but just like a name in of itself. I suppose. And though you're working at a Wendy's, you're trying to get a graphic design job. Well, I hope that works out for you. I have no idea how people land jobs nowadays. That seems to be something very mystical and just outright outlandish for me. They keep on going by saying that, so there might be writing in the future, though it might be HTML. HTML programming is your worst nightmare, though game design coding, that's where it's at. I don't know. With graphic design nowadays, I think you would actually be looking to CSS. And something that supports the CSS. Such as the HTML, but then again, nowadays, you're probably not going to be writing HTML, I think. Just a little wild guess. Don't think those are that big of a thing anymore, no. Kumida says, oh man, look, you took HTML coding way back in college. Practically useless nowadays. Are you graduated, Kumida, in IT? And yes, back in 2001, boy howdy, that was a while ago. "2001, man. I think that in 2001 I was finishing first grade. Elementary school. Going to second grade. That's stress cascading style sheet. You program that partially in HTML sometimes. Oh no. Goes to show how little I know about that nonsense. HTML5 is usually decent format sometimes though. If you had to choose what you got to do in graphic design, it will probably be Illustrator based. Yeah. I mean, I don't know much about the era, but from what I know, I would believe that you don't do the hard programming job. I think, but I wouldn't believe that you do that. I would think that you would actually just like lay out everything visually and then send it off to a programmer or someone that should actually do the thing. I think that a graphic designer just designs the graphics, not that they do the programming as well. Although, granted, if you're doing graphic design for a web page, then sure. They're probably gonna hope and expect that you have those skills, but I don't think it's like practically a necessity of the job. Then again, what do I know? I'm just a dog. Kumida says, thanks for making you feel old. You just look back and realize you posted your first story to Forfinity back in 2005. Doesn't feel as close to 20 years ago. Well, you're welcome, first of all. Sorry, you're not old, you're just classical. I mean, it is what it is. You were born at a time and did things. It just happened to be before me. But definitely after much of the humanity. You think about that. You're not quite old. You're just you're the age you're meant to be. Besides, it's the what is it? Well, I don't know what exactly is going on up in the world. Like something happened or whatnot, but I think that for the past like half a decade or the past decade as a whole, probably not. Like yeah, for the past several many years, you're in luck because daddies are in and people are going nuts over them. You know, being older than some of your peers is probably an advantage in the dating game out there nowadays. Probably. Well, I'm glad you agree with me. And you're right. Furries do seem to like their daddy. No, it's Oh yeah, I remember now what I was going to say. Well, it's both the reassuring thought of, you know, No one in my life and in my family accepts me, so I'm going to seek that acceptance, that parental acceptance somewhere else. So you know, if a male gay furry, well, if a male furry is gay, they will probably be looking for a daddy. If they're straight, they'll probably be looking for a mommy. That's how it goes. Or not. It's weird to generalize that like that, but might be a thing. And I think that, yeah, the thing of the times that might be playing a role in that is that, what was it called? The not necessarily economic crisis, but there's been something going on along those lines of not necessarily like a economic crisis, but something along the lines of well, there has been or is being, but also like a shift in perception overall in the world. Like everyone's getting access to a much larger intake of news from all over the world and just everything. So like everyone's quickly being aware of just how big and broad and scary the world is, and just how broad your opportunities are nowadays. And when you're confronted with this huge world that we're suddenly being thrust into, for some people that is, especially at a younger age, it's easy to feel overwhelmed. And like it or not, daddies do, well, people that have the daddy aesthetic, they have this, they have about this air of, you know, being responsible and dependable. And if you're in the situation of, wow, the world is scary and I need an adult to hold my hand, it will subconsciously affect your choices, or rather, less choices, but what you feel attracted to. So like someone that passes off this air of maturity, responsibility and such are probably going to be more seen as desirable by some people. It's pretty much like, hey, it's less about, you know, the person being old and more so about, hey, you look like you're mature and responsible and definitely the kind of person I would like to have holding my hand as I explore this big, wide world full of weird stuff and people and stuff. And it might be that this increase in those many social effects have been causing that it should become way more popular nowadays. And you say this is true for his. Well, yeah, I read that. You've been told you should hand out dad hugs at pride parades, maybe. Pride parades? What do you mean parades, plural? Where in the world do you live that you have multiple pride parades? And sure, like the worldwide market downturn in 2008 and 9, there's one of those every 12, 14 years, yeah. You would know. And that explains it, responsible and dependable, and add fuzziness, and a gut. That explains why I'm a daddy. There you go. That's precisely it. Or not, but that might be a reason for that. The other thing too, I would say, and again, just kind of going off on tangents of tangents here, is that, well, there was the whole like it or not, there was the whole deal about like being dependable, responsible, and all on all of that, and how all of a sudden everyone was able to access the internet and see the world as a whole, and being, aware of just how much there is, and needing someone to guide you, or not necessarily guide you, but walk with you along this long, crazy, wild path that is the world. But also, that might not be it. The other thing that could be what with these the upsurge in data interest. It's not necessarily upsurge in data interest, but upsurge in data awareness. As weird as that sounds, which is mostly that, what with the internet, we all have been online and we all have been exposed to more stuff. Like, I doubt that, except for maybe in Egyptian times, never in the history of humanity people have been exposed to pictures and videos of cats so much as they have ever since the invention of the internet. So nowadays everything is much more widespread. Things like memes and other pieces of culture are much easier to spread because of the internet. And thusly, things that you were completely unaware of before are now incredibly easy to, not only easy to learn about, but also easy to get fixated in your head as, hey, this is a thing that you should check out. It's totally not your alley, but it's something that I'm going to force down your gullet because, it's the topic of the day. So I'm trying to come up with examples, but like I can't really think of anything that tangible that we're all being affected through. But think of something that you're painfully aware of that you were not when there was no such thing as internet, Twitter, Reddit, and this and that, which is nowadays it feels like everything is out there, so there's no way that you could not know something. But there was a time probably when you didn't know nearly as much about anime or I don't know, maybe some crazy European sport, a Turkish oil wrestling, and just literally anything. Like these specific knowledge that the writers of The Simpsons seem to have a knack for predicting the future. So it's like these are things that, like, just theories and culture in general that, like, hey, it has always been around. It's just that now with the internet, someone finds it interesting, makes a post, and this post just happens to go viral, and now everyone knows it. So, for example, Henry Carville, I believe is his name. It's like someone you probably heard of lately, even if you're not into movies or series or anything like that. Probably because, and you only know that because, you've been around in the internet long enough for people to start talking very loudly about this person. And, in general. The only thing that is coming up to my mind, it's not something I want to reference because it will sound like probably condescending, but not. But the only thing that comes to my mind when it comes to, like, hey, weird people / things you should know about is the brownies and the My Little Pony community. Not that I have anything against them. They're probably great people. But, like, it's something that you were not aware of until the internet. And now you're painfully aware of that for several reasons. So, probably that's the thing. Like, there were a lot of people that were like, hey, daddies are cool, and I like daddies, and daddies are fun. Let's share, stories, pictures, videos, and everything about daddies, and spread the daddy love, worship culture, I guess. And it was always around, you just were not aware of it. And now that the internet is there, you're more aware of it, of that. Especially if you fall into either demographic, either the people who like that is, or the people who are that is, aesthetically saying. There you go. That's my theory for why those things are. And committee, you say two things. First, there is a lot of comfort in knowing that there is someone out there with answers you don't have. You volunteer as a mentor for teens and you see it every day. Lots of almost adults who aren't keen on asking questions because they think not knowing equals stupid. Yeah. Oh, that's the thing. Like, I have been brought up with both ideologies, both that asking questions means that you're stupid, and both that asking questions is the only way to get forward. So it gets me in this really weird spot of, hey, I want to ask questions if it's something I'm curious about, but if I know there is another way for me to ask that without having to expose myself, then I'll just do that. Otherwise, I'll just ask the question. And sometimes I'm just really not in the mood to socially interact with anyone, so I won't ask a question. Even if I have no other means of acquiring said knowledge. And I'll just live with the consequence of, well, I guess this is something I'll never learn and never know. Go figure. And committee, you also said, and the relief they feel when they realize it's okay to ask if you don't know, and the immediate comfort they feel at realizing they have someone interested in helping. Yes, 100% that. It's crazy the amount of, like, bad behavior, bad attitude, but not necessarily attitude, but like just bad lessons that have been ingrained into kids because of their upbringing. It's crazy the amount of, things that are taught to children or young people that is like absolutely very damaging. And it's kind of wild that those things are, that people are just, they don't know any better. People just taught them that, and they just go on with that thought and that knowledge in mind. And if nobody shows up to correct them, they'll live the rest of their lives with those beliefs. But then again, you don't know to just... One of the things we're all sort of taught also is to just mind our own business, in a way. So if you see someone out there, kind of... They don't necessarily look like they're struggling, but if you see someone out there and they're just... you have no investment in their situation whatsoever, you won't think to be like, hey, maybe this way that you're going on about life is not the best way. Maybe you should try something else. So, which is to say, like, even though there are a lot of people out there with very damaging thoughts about how to go about life, not many folks are keen on trying to seek out those people and change them. That's not how most people are. But the difference that kind of support makes is ludicrously ridiculous. Not just... And there are people out there who are able to thrive without said support, but not everyone is, and those that need the support will be absolutely stoked to get it. So definitely is something necessary. But going back to the daddy topic, uh, don't know how well connected you are, with other daddies, comida, but I have been asking for hot daddies to hit me up, just sliding to my DMs, but they haven't. So if you know any, please let me know, or let them know to slide into my DMs. I wonder if that'll ever work any one of these days.
Want to be free. Want to
Me, they say, keep that in mind, youngin. I know that I'm that young. No, I'm 28. I'm closer to my 30s than to my 20s. I'm over 1/4 of a century old. I don't know about that. Sure, definitely am younger than you, I think. And that says casually hinting at wanting a daddy. I mean, not necessarily a daddy, just it's a lengthy story, but sure, I'll tell it. Um, I moved away into another state when I was 21 to live with um this guy I met and started dating with. Like after a year of knowing one another, then we decided to move in together, or I move in with him rather. So I moved all the way over to where he lives, to live with him, and I left here when I was 21, and I left a lot of friends behind, and then we stayed together for like 6 years after that, almost 6 years. Last year, I broke up with him and then returned. And when I returned, I realized, oh damn, I have no friends in here anymore because most of them have moved away or ceased to be friends or something else weird happened. No, those are not the only two options. So I have been sort of starved for any manner of company. And not necessarily like, I want to bang a daddy, give me a daddy, that's why we can bang. But more so, hey, now that I'm here and I have free time, I would like to be able to spend it with people that I couldn't before for various reasons involving the person I was with. You know, a little bit of jealousy there and just lack of willingness to meet my friends from their part as well, and isn't that. So, no, yeah, I pretty much made no friends whatsoever when I was there, in that other state, except for one very good friend. Still talk nowadays, and like a huge friend, someone that's amazing. But that was the only friend I made whilst there, and all the friends I had here are gone, quote unquote. So I've been trying to meet new people, like, just to talk, have new friends, and maybe find someone to play board games with, which is not an euphemism for having a relationship or anything else. It's literally I bought a shitload of board games and I want someone to play them with. Those things cost a lot of money, and they're just here sitting collecting dust. In fact, I bought some of them to play with my sister, but she's not a big fan of board games, I found out. Or rather, she is, but like Monopoly and chess and other classical things, and the board games that I like are the more complicated ones, like Gloomhaven, Descent, Zombicide, Pandemic, Legacy, Arkham Horror primarily. Um, got the Arkham Horror, both the board game and the card game, and I'm like, cool, these games are great. And because I can play them alone, I surely did, and I found out that they are awesome. Thing is that my sister both does not like horror stuff, and secondly, doesn't like games when they are too complicated to the point where you have to sit down and spend like half an hour reading rules before you can play. Not necessarily for, the game being complex, but more so for the reason that it's tricky. It's not something you can just pick up like Uno and start playing. There's a lot of setup involved. It's like, nah, let's just not. So I bought a lot of those games, and my sister is not keen on playing those with me, so I need friends to play with. And it would not hurt if one of them were happened to be a daddy. But that's no here nor there. Kumida, you said, let me know when you're next taking commissions. I have a few daddies, quote unquote, in stories I have posted that could probably use some art done of them. Sure. Well, I don't know what's your contact information so I can let you know personally, because usually I don't advertise commissions, they just sort of happen. Weird. But sure, I'll let you know somehow, I guess. If I do, however, end up taking commissions, it'll probably be like at least 7 months from now. At least. We will see. And Kamita says biologically I could, quote unquote, technically be your daddy, but I would have had to have started early. I see how it is. And you are totally a bored gamer, but you doubt we're close enough for hanging out. Yeah, that's another thing. Yeah, totally, definitely another thing that also hurts is, far, far away. That sucks. And which is another thing of why, like, breaking up and coming back here last year absolutely sucked, is like realizing that, oh shit, I have no friends, but also, oh shit, I can't go out to make new friends but nobody can go out. Gosh dang pandemic going on. It's still going on. Like, what the heck's going on over here? So, no. So, making new friends things has not been taking off that well. As well as I'd hope. But committee, you were just going to say Gloomhaven. Yes, Gloomhaven is an amazing game. Which is odd because I played like half the game with my ex. But on Tabletop Simulator. I believe I played up to scenario like 70 or something. We played a lot of that game. All I remember is that at some point we were up to some mountains. And that's like very late game content. I think we were level 6 even, I believe. But no dice. We stopped playing because at some point he just like, we didn't play anymore. Then I moved here, bought the digital version of Gloomhaven, which is great, but I bought it in early access, so I never really fully truly checked it out until it released, and I played it for like a couple missions. And I was like, oh, this is cool. This is great. It works. But then when I was here, I also decided, you know what, it would be cool to have the physical version of Gloomhaven. And I have it. It's ludicrously heavy and expensive, but I have no one to play with it with. And it's not the kind of game you play overnight. It's the kind of game that you commit to playing. So I guess that's going to keep on sitting on my desk for a while. Des asks, do you like D&D? Do I like D&D? Oh, Desmond, if you... Yes, I do, yes. Short answer is yes, I do like that. I have been playing D&D since 2019, pretty much. Back when I was streaming more oftenly, some friends well, I had a Discord server. Some people joined the Discord server and started, D&D is this, blah, 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 blah. And then they started, like, hyping people up, and a lot of people showed up and said, hey, we want to play D&D too. And then nobody wanted to be the DM. I said, you know what, I've always been interested in this whole D&D, in this whole, like, tabletop RPG thing. And D&D, you know, it's the big one, it's the one that you're always hearing of, so let me look into that. Found some resources, studied the game, and then within a month I had the game going. I have not stopped ever since. Which is a lie, I did stop a couple times, but then I picked it up back. Both times for different reasons. Which had... Oh, one had to do with the game, but the other didn't. And... yeah. It's odd that I never really played a tabletop game before, and then whenever people said, we want to play D&D, I just said, sure, let's. I learned the game, learned the whole thing, and started to run the game. Which concluded, by the way, like a year and a half later. And now I keep also looking for more people to play D&D with. Not necessarily D&D, but like tabletop games in general. There's others that I want to play that aren't D&D. And I also want to be able to play D&D, not run it all the goddamn time. That'll never happen. Kumida, you have been a DM for over 30 years. Wow. You have an in-person game every Saturday and run an online game every Sunday. Ooh. Look at that. I wish I had an in-person game. But yeah, I'm pretty much on kinda... more or less the same vibe as you. I have a game that I run every Wednesday. And I do stream it. Sort of. Well, yeah, I do stream it. And I also play in a game every Sunday, every other Sunday. So this Sunday we're actually playing. It's a Starfinder game actually. But yeah, compared to you, Kumida, my 19, 20, 21, my 3-ish years of playing DMing definitely pales. But yeah, D&D or tabletop role-playing games have become a huge portion of my life, and it's the kind of stuff that I'm also kind of very surprised I never got into when I was younger. I know exactly why I didn't, but it's surprising because it's totally and literally my jam. It's the kind of stuff that if I had in my life growing up, I would have been I would have been a much better person nowadays. Like with much less traumas and problems and this and that. I would have been a functional adult and not a semi-functional dog. Life's crazy. And that says so board games and chills. Or chilks. Sure. Sure. Totally could be. Board games and chill. Doesn't have to be board games and chill, but it can be. I wouldn't be opposed to that idea. And Kumida, you say you can DM me in Furfinity if you don't have notes disabled. Sure. I mean, I never disabled notes. In fact, I find kind of odd the people that do. But in any case, not gonna judge them. I understand perfectly what they do, and it's probably the kind of stuff I should be doing as well. My sanity. But I like talking to new people, so none of my, you know, contactable places are locked. So you can reach me up on the Furfinities and the Twitters, and I believe the Twitter is linked here. You know, if you have my Furfinity as well, you can hit me up there. I believe that in my Furfinity profile page there is even a link to my Discord, or rather not my Discord, my Telegram. So there's not a lack of places for people to contact me at all. So feel free to just find any whichever way works for you. I don't even remember what you were gonna contact me about in your case. Oh yeah, commission. Yeah, feel free to do that. And Des says I need more D&D in your life. Well, I wouldn't. Very much like more tabletop games in my life as well. Over the past, shamefully, over the past 3-ish days, I've been, 3? No, it's been more than 3. Over the past, like, week overall, I've been, working on converting... Well, actually, I should go back to the beginning of the story. My D&D friends and I were talking about, tabletop games, and at some point someone talked about Werewolf, and we always come back to this topic of like, we want to play Werewolf. Cool, Werewolf would be nice. But then, for some reason, this weekend is the one that I decided, you know what, screw it, I'm gonna pick it up and read it, and I did. Then I realized that, oh boy, this system is convoluted as all hell. There's no way anyone's gonna remember that. Which is a lie, they would, but they would be very, 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 very bitchy throughout all of the process of learning this new system. And I know, because I've tried to teach them other things aside from D&D. I've talked them through playing Call of Cthulhu, and Pathfinder 2nd Edition, Savage Worlds was the most recent endeavor I tried to get them into play. Well, we did end up playing, but complaints were had about all of those different systems. Not always by the same person, and they were not undeserved. People complained about things that had to be complained. In fact, they do complain about 5th edition too, but the thing is that everyone knows how to play 5th edition at this point, because it's ridiculously simple. But learning a new game, especially one from 2013, almost 10 years ago, like Werewolf, the Apocalypse 28th Anniversary Edition, is not the kind of stuff they're gonna take down lightly. They will chew that down, swallow that down, but they will complain the entire way, and I'm not in the mood to hear them complain about the system. Especially a system that we might play for only like a one shot or for like a few months before they release the newest 5th edition of Werewolf. It's apparently coming out sometime. I said, you know what? Screw this, I'm not going to go through this nonsense. Let me convert this nonsense here. This shenanigery that is the World of Darkness system. And maybe for better, maybe for worse, but I did go and convert it into the basic role-playing system or Call of Cthulhu system. So I picked the whole Werewolf game, the setting, and some of the rules, converted them to Werewolf, to Call of Cthulhu. An endeavor that took me this last week. Of thinking, rethinking, rereading, reading more. And yeah, it's been like a fun week of doing that. And I've read the rules so damn much, not only to understand them, but also to adapt them, that now I know how to play the damn system, but I just have an inkling of a clue that nobody is going to be nearly as willing to spend as much time as I have learning the system. So now I just need to do some finishing touches, schedule a date, and then we can finally play Werewolf. Except that we're going to be playing Call of the Werewolf instead of Werewolf the Apocalypse, the World of Darkness system. Comida, you said, yeah, you started up an online group of furries, D&Ders when COVID started. That's good. They all needed more D&D in their life. Yeah, do. And see, that's precisely the thing I was talking about. Ironically or not, is that like people want to do stuff, but no one wants to put in the work for said stuff to happen. And that's when the daddies come in. They are the ones who show up the initiative to get things going. And that's why, you know, a lot of people find daddies very attractive. It's not so much for the physical appearance, but for the general behavior and attitude. It's like, look at this daddy coming up with this whole out of nowhere. He's just mobilized people and came up with a gaming group so we can get together and play the game. Look at this. That's what I'm saying. Is that's why people are into daddies. That's not here nor there. It was on the writing pool for White Wolf Games Studio, late 90s, early 2000s. You love the World of Darkness. See, that's the thing. I never really got much into it, and yet, ironically, the first RPG I ever played was one shot of Vampires the Masquerade that my sister ran way back 2007, like forever ago. And I didn't even get to play. I mostly just sat there while her and her friends were doing it. In any case, it was an interesting experiment, but it didn't captivate me nearly as much as to get me to get into tabletop. In this case, I'm going to blame a poor DM. Regardless, yeah, the World of Darkness was the first system I ever got into or ever played. Well, some version of World of Darkness. So now I'm curious on how exactly we're in this rating pool for White Wolf, and I want to know all about that. But before I get into that, as I was reading through the book of Werewolf the Apocalypse, I learned that I really like the system, or rather the settings. I hate the system. I don't hate the system, I never even played it, but I find it convoluted. I love the setting. The setting makes a lot of sense. I really like it. Mostly also because it's very unambiguous. It's very decidedly the werewolves are the good guys. I'm like, oh cool, I can get behind this. Because in like vampire, it's kind of a kind of like, yeah, you're a vampire. You have to, you know, do a little bit of questionable stuff to get ahead, and you're mostly like skulking in the shadows, being the Illuminati as you know, guide humanity forward and this and that. Like, you know, we might try and do good, but we're creatures of evil, pretty much, mostly. But with werewolf, like, yeah, the only bad thing is like you have the rage, and the rage can make you go buck wild and kill people that you don't want to kill or don't have to die. So that's kind of bad. But other than that, you're decidedly the good guys, mostly, arguably, but definitely. The thing that I find odd really about the World of Darkness is that it's so very edgy, and I'm not so much about the edge, truth to be told. And that goes to things I read in the book as I was going through it. There's some flavor and some lore there that I'm like, no, I'm not a fan of this. Not at all. But I see what they were going for. This is meant to be a horror setting after all, so it makes sense that all this weird body horror is here. All weird, quote unquote. And Yeah, not a fan, but I see why. I can understand and see the reasons and the whys. But otherwise, furthermore, more than that, it's I like this. I like the setting. Not all of it, but most of it. Not a fan of the system, and also not anything against the system in of itself. In fact, it's kind of simple. It's more so that you know, it's a decade. Well, actually, it didn't change much between the whatever version, the 20th anniversary, this fourth edition. Um, between that version and the prior versions, it did not change much. So it's like it's simple if you consider that it's a 20-something-year-old system, if not more. But for nowadays standards, where we have things like um, we have things can't even think, but like where we have like Honey Heist and those kinds of games, it's like, nah, this is complicated. Let's be honest, this won't fly. My players will not like this. Let me double check that nonsense. And then again, I don't think that even I would like that, because there's so much about that game that's like, hey, this check has a very specific difficulty, and the difficulty is somewhere in the book. Good luck finding that. Definitely not a fan when you need to flip the book to find information. And that says Pathfinder is fun. Second edition Pathfinder. What? First edition Pathfinder is better. No offense. I know. I prefer the second edition. Mostly cause it's more streamlined. I like when you don't need to keep checking the book for rule. And I feel like with Starfinder, that's a thing we do a lot, and Starfinder is kind of like the midway point between Pathfinder First Edition and Pathfinder Second Edition, is the Starfinder, and boy do we go back and forth on the book. Book, quote unquote, the PDF. Yeah, and I'm not a fan, which is a reason why I like fifth edition D&D, is because things just work. And if you don't know how to go about doing a thing, you can just make a rule then and there. Be like, you know what? Screw it. Just make this check. Don't roll a 1, pretty much. Like, I don't know what kind of test you need to make to, you know, unscork a screw from this bottle that is so thoroughly screwed that nobody can unscrew it. Like, what the hell is that even? Like, make a strength check, DC 10. That's it. You know exactly, like, how to rule that. Now, their systems, though. Either they would have a very specific rule for that, or you could make all manner of cases for, hey, this is based to my culture as a winemaker. Can I add my +3 bonus to that check? Like, I guess? How do we rule this? This is nonsense. So, yeah.
Any ideas?
Definitely like the more simpler systems. And Comida, you say precisely, you make stuff happen professionally. How do you mean? Well, yeah, I mean, with the whole daddy thing. Just taking the front and making things happen, but, how so professionally? I don't think you said what your profession is. That could be anything. And that's right, says totally made of fucking rolling bear in Pathfinder. You mean? Because that's the potential to be something wild. And Kamira, you said that you converted Werewolf the Apocalypse should eat 20. When was that and how does that work? Tell me all about that nonsense. You work as a business advisor, people come to you with their dreams? And you turn them into reality, you literally make stuff happen professionally. Oh, I see. I see how it is. It's like a career counselor, but I mean, well, actually, no, it's a business, so it's not just anyone. It's like literally someone that wants to get a business going, I guess. It's interesting. I mean, I would definitely need to come up to you with ideas, not necessarily ideas, not necessarily dreams, ideas, just thoughts of like, hey, I do comics and I want to write comics more than I want to illustrate them. Even though I am an artist by trade, I want to be a writer and not so much an illustrator anymore. I want to get into the comic industry just writing scripts, or I want to get my comics and start selling them on print. That's so I can get money, but I also don't want to get published because I did once and it was not the craziest idea ever. So how the hell do we go about that nonsense? Tell me all about that nonsense. Mostly with self-publishing is tricky. It's an endeavor to say the least, and more so than anything else, it's an endeavor that I know nothing about. So definitely the kind of stuff that I would need plenty of advice to get going. Although I do know friends when I was in design college, I did make a friend that ended up publishing a book with her sketches, so I would need to reach out to her. I did already reach out to her and said, hey, how did you go about publishing that book? And I know this because once I went to an anime convention and she was there, like in the dealer's alley, just selling her stuff, and I was like, what? This is nonsense. Tell me all about this. And she said, oh yeah, I just took my ideas and took it to like a graphic printing place, and they printed it, and that's cool. It's that simple, apparently. But that's the thing, like, she does like some watercolor drawings, and she just wanted to make this funny, quirky, meme-y book. Meme-y book. And I want to publish for porn, so I don't know if I can just go to literally any graphic printer place and be like, hey, will you print this? I know, just for starters, 100 copies of this comic featuring Dog Dick. Like, that's kind of dicey. But then again, it isn't, because I imagine, like, they don't care. They're gonna get paid anyway, so probably they don't care. Probably. And Dad says I made a brawling bear that grappled and choked people to death. It was fun. No. It's kind of interesting because you're combining two ideas that a friend of mine has. In my game, he played a monk that was a grappler it was a wolf that had the grappler feat in 5th edition, and by golly, did he abuse the ever-living shit out of that feat. Not so much that the feat is abusable, but more so because he's a monk, so he will grapple someone, pin them down, because, you know, the grappler feat allows you to do that. And once he pins someone down, he fucking, whatever it's called, stunning strike them, so they're prone and immobile and stunned. So like he absolutely destroyed so many encounters I made. Certainly did not help that I had like a 8 players party that I was running for my first game that I ever ran. But still, it was kind of abusive. He was literally the god of grapples. Well, not literally. He had the chance of becoming the god of grapples, but that didn't happen. But almost did. And then in another game, he plays a bear that's a tank. Yeah. He combined both. Well, didn't you combined both ideas that he had, sort of. And Comida says, a Werewolf the Apocalypse 3D20 happened back in D&D 3.5. The Auspice is essentially your class. That makes sense. You see, I was a little more. I went a less direct route. I went with adapting it to Call of Cthulhu or basic role-playing system, and the way that system works, and one of the reasons I like Call of Cthulhu so much is that there are no classes and no levels. It's just you and skills and go. So adapting that was interesting because, you know, there's a level of freedom with this whole you're not tied to a class, you can do anything, and at any point in the game you can change what you do or be. Sort of. But without going through crazy multi-classing rules like there is in 3rd edition. But then again, I guess like something more structured would have been interesting to have. Like if the system by default supports things like class and race, you can just replace those to be like your auspice and tribe and breed. Like, yeah, if you have a system like 5th edition where you have allspice, tribe, and breed, replace them to be the background, class, and race in 5th edition, and boom. Everything's structured in a much more neater way, I would say. But I decided, no. I'm sick and tired of playing 5th edition. I want to play something different. And adapt this into Call of Cthulhu. Gosh dang it. And Comida says, I have helped a graphic artist get a book published. There were grants in his state that paid him $20,000 to do it. Holy damn. That's awesome. I mean, a friend of mine did tell me about that kind of nonsense here. Like, hey, there's a place that there's like a government incentive for culture and art and stuff that, you know, will pay you, will give you a grant for you to have your book published. It's only my state actually, so that's cool. Now that I'm back here, I could do that. Thing with that really is that I'm kind of very lazy to look into those things myself. And also because there's bureaucracy. Whenever there's bureaucracy involved, I just die on the inside a little bit. I hate it. I would pretty much need to hire someone to do that kind of handy work for me of running places, talking to people, printing documents, sending them back and forth. Mostly because you see, also, I already published books before with Rabbit Valley. It's a furry comic publisher. It's not that they weren't bad, not in the least. They were pretty good, pretty nice. Very, very communicative, helped me out throughout the whole process. Were the only ones that actually accepted my submission. I was trying to publish the first and second part of the comic. But there's always a but. It was kind of disappointing because I published the book expecting like, wow, this is gonna ramp things up. It's gonna be great. It's gonna be like, I'm gonna start selling so much more. I'm gonna get so much more money, and people are gonna start learning more about my book because those are sold in conventions, and everyone's gonna be going and seeing things there and be like, ah, cool, and coming back after my works and supporting me on Patreon and this and that. But no, that never really happened. People were like, ah, cool, it exists, and then the publisher will like, well, we'll let you know when the 500 copies of your first book are sold out, and then we'll do a re-agreement to get that reprinted. And I said, sure, alright. Sounds fair. They never did. It's been like 8 years now. Which is to say, I thought that this whole publishing a book would be like, oh, cool. Definitely like a game changer, but it wasn't. There's something to be said that, yeah, sure, whatever I earned from royalties was like extra money that I would not have had otherwise. But at the same time, it's like, it's money that I got once every 3 months, which is how royalties work. And I could once every 3 months just, well, not once every 3 months, but in those 3 months that took me to get that money from royalties, I could just do commissions. And I'd have to worry with all this bureaucracy of selling stuff and that. And that's because they were handling most of the things for me. I imagine if I had to self-publish and store my comics and keep them safe and dry, and whenever a sale was made, I needed to pack it and get it to the post office and send it. I would make more money because it would be the full flat rate, not just royalties. But still, it would be so much work. Time that I could be dedicating to doing other stuff. Namely art. Or just, chilling. It's weird. I mean, it isn't weird necessarily. It's more of, do I want to invest all of this time in this? There's pretty much never a reason not to invest time into something that will give you returns, because definitely it will. But with a publisher, it's more of a low-risk thing, because if it doesn't sell, then sure, they're the only ones who kind of lost something. But if I self-publish, and I get a shit ton of books printed, but I don't sell them, that's it. And the only way of, like, really selling said books through a self-publication method that's like, I can gauge if people are really into the book or not, is to do like a Kickstarter or something. Or just a general idea of getting that going on, like, ugh. I never did that, have no idea how that works. And it's even more bureaucracy. Like, come on, man. Besides, it's hard for me to even fathom that people would be wanting to buy my books, my comics, considering that you can read them for free. I have a website dedicated to that. Just have to go to the place, and that's it. So yeah, imagining that people are gonna just go out of their way to buy a book is kind of far-fetched for me. And as I said, playing Darkest Dungeon 2 intensifies. What do you mean? That game is not out yet. Don't tell me lies. And Kamita says, oh, your publisher does active advertising for you at conventions. They set up some great displays, and your novels is quite one of their centerpieces on display. You're quite happy with them. Your novel has been posted for free, chapter by chapter on FA for years now, but the novel is still selling. Oh dang. You must be some great writer then. But yeah, I mean, I'll need to hit you up later for your publisher contacts and see what... Oh, wanna see what's up with them? Deliciousness. And that says you've been intensely playing it and killed the Great Librarian for the first time. You're happy. In Darkest Dungeon. Like the first, I hope. Now you're making me double check because I'm sure Darkest Dungeon 2 has not released, but then again I wouldn't know if it did. Darkest Dungeon 2? Chewing Roman? No. Yeah, there's only the first. The heck are you talking about? Well, in any case. Wait. The second, the one on Epic Game Store? What the hell is going on with this mad world? Is there a new Darkest Dungeon and it's on Epic Store? How the shit have... That's how I have not heard of it. It's cause... I don't do that. That's not possible, come on. What? It's been out for months? This can't be right. What the fuck? How in the devil is this possible? I mean, it released pretty much at my birthday, and I didn't heard of it. 26th October 2021. What? Dez, you're blowing my mind right now. Oh my word. Oh my gosh dang dog. Oh, and here I thought Elden Ring was gonna take away my life and my free time, but I guess I didn't know about Darkest Dungeon 2. Now there's something else to take my time. Man, thank you for letting me know. I would not have... I guarantee I would absolutely not have known otherwise. Kinda makes me wonder why they did that. And like, I was following development on this game for a while. I'm following their Twitter. How did I not hear about this? Gosh dang. Kumida, you said that you're prolific. You think you're over 1500 stories/chapters posted by now. That is... I wish I was that prolific. The thing with comics, though, is that it takes time to make them. Especially if you're a single artist. Literally single. I'm not dating anyone. But like, if you're the one who's doing the story, the layout, the sketches, the coloring, the shading, the fine art, the lettering, if you're doing, you know, publishing, quote unquote, advertising on the internet, posting on all social medias and such, if you're a single artist doing all of that, it's a lot of work. And I have already streamlined my workflow kind of as much as I can. It's kinda tricky to, you know, make more comic. Unless I, you know, completely shirked off my everything else that I do, like commissions and freelance work and this and that, to just work on the comic. But the way that the comic works is that I post 1 page per week on Patreon, and I have this thing of go beyond the 500 per week goal, I'll post 2 pages per week. And if I'm not going beyond that, I am getting nothing out of this deal. I'm making more work for less payment, for less money. And so I would not be doing freelance work or commissions to do more comic that are in the end not is going to give me paying just the comic amount. So it's more work for less pay. So it's not worthwhile. It's a weird, crazy thing. And this is the second you won an Epic's Game Store, yeah. That's how I found out about it. And Comida says Darkest Dungeon 2 is indeed a thing. Yeah, I just found out about that. Weirdly enough, released in time for Halloween. Not that I knew. But then again, that kind of makes sense. October last year, I was super fucking busy. Because I decided, it would be cool if I made a Call of Cthulhu one shot, but instead of being like a one single session, make it a short adventure, and I did that. And I had never ran Call of Cthulhu as an adventure, so that was new. And I also didn't do like basic Call of Cthulhu. I did this weird thing where it's like it's Western. All of the characters are like cowboys, and they're kind of solving a crime, but then the gang of the person of the perpetrator shows up and kills everyone, including the main characters. Then they wake up in hell, and the devil is like, you have been killed. That sucks. So here's the deal: if you go back and bring me that person's soul because they owe me, I'll give one of you your right to go back to life. So I'll revive one of you, whoever entertains me the most, as you do that. And go. And then the second session starts with the players just like being brought back from the dead to chase after a man. And then we went with 3 more sessions of them finishing that job. So it was like a Halloween month Call of Cthulhu one-shot special deal. And I was so busy the entire month with that I paid attention to absolutely nothing else. Including Darkest Dungeon 2 having been released. Oh my word. In fact, I might even have seen it, like, it releases next in a couple of weeks, and I probably forgot because of how busy I was. Well, with that on top of everything else I was going. Des asks, have you played Inscription? I have. I have. I 100% have played Inscription. I have the weirdest, funniest, craziest, shittiest story about Inscription. I played all the way until you like defeat the big boss, like the actual boss, the Leshy. Spoilers. Until I defeated the Lashy, and then that was it. I didn't play anymore because I realized, okay, the game has changed now. What the hell is this? And I played for a little while, and I realized that, it's I get to keep playing the game, except it looks different now. So what gives? If I didn't play anymore, that's as far as I got. Because then, like in the, I guess it's like what new game plus territory or the real game part 2. I don't know what that is, but in that version, the Lash is like a super pushover, and I'm like, screw this. I'm gonna go over there now. And I didn't play Inscription anymore, but I did play all the way up to that point, and it was like so engrossing. I was playing every day nonstop, and the way that I defeated the Lashy was the weirdest, because after you defeat the Lashy, there's the moon. And I had a card which was like a random ass power 1 card, like a super shitty card. But it had like the insta-kill skill on it. And when the moon showed up, and I was like, oh boy, the moon has like 80 health. and the rat card with the insta-kill skill went and attacked the moon, and it killed the moon in one shot. I didn't even get to see the moon fight. So, like, I don't know what the moon fight was about to become, because, you know, my rat just went and absolutely mopped the floor with it. And at the same time that I'm like, you know what? I feel like it just broke the game. I'm also super glad that the game kind of respects that I can do that. It's like, you know what? If you got here and you drew that card, then sure, fuck it, you can use it. And I used it. I was like, nah, this is not gonna happen. The moon probably is immune to, like, being killed. But no, it wasn't. To my surprise. And that was an interesting, it was an interesting thing. I was like, whoa. I did not expect that to work at all, but I'm so happy that it did. But I guess also the reason why I stopped playing is not so much because the second part is weird, but because the second part, like I was from the very beginning, the game presents itself as beat the Lashy. That's your objective for this game. And I thought, oh, okay, I heard that this game is short, so sure. I played, beat the Lashy, and the game expands, and I'm like, well, okay, so I don't have like a super clear goal other than defeat the 4 Dark Devas of Destruction or whatever. I'm like, I'm not gonna go into an adventure to beat 4 bosses that I don't even know how long it's gonna take me. I thought the game was gonna be like 10 hours and that's it, but now it can expand upwards to, you know, 1700 hours as far as I know. So I decided to stop then and there, instead of letting it drive me down this black hole of madness. And Komeda says that's why you should collab with a writer. Hint, hint. I should, hint, hint. Except that, I don't know that I'm that good of a team player. Never in my life collabed with anyone. I don't know how well I would do in that regard. I imagine that I'm horrible to work with. Because, you know, like, I'm bullheaded and stubborn. People will definitely be like, you know what, screw it, Doug. Just heck off, do your own thing. And, you know, just be done with me and go away. I don't expect that if anyone started to work with me, they would go all the way through and we're done. That or I would get absolutely pissed off about the way that the person is doing. I don't know. It's definitely something that I want to do someday, because I feel like, man, that's what's lacking in my life, is having like a partner to collaborate with. Because as far as I can tell, that's like what successful people are doing in the medium that I am, which is comics. They're partnering up with people, they're collaborating. And I want to do that. I want to go the collaboration route eventually. Problem also is that I kind of want to collaborate in the means where I'm the writer and not the artist, because I'm done with making art. Mostly because, you know, the thing I like the most is telling stories, not so much illustrating them. Illustrating is just the means that I have come up with of putting those stories out there, because if I write, chances are slim that someone's gonna read my writing, because, you know, I'm a filthy foreigner. English is not my first language, so it would probably be the most broken English you could ever read in your whole life. So the chances of people sticking with my writing are slim. And, you know, when I was young, I was like, I like drawing, let me do that. But then I realized it took me a lot of like introspection and years to figure out that the thing I like doing the most is telling stories, not so much drawing art. But now I'm stuck in art. So, ugh. Who knows where things will go next. You know, for now, I'm just trying to settle back in after this whole change that my life has gone through in the past year. So, after things have had time to settle a little bit more, then I can get into the whole deal of, you know, changing airs. And Camila says, yeah, you know the feeling. Your Patreon pages also gives you a ton of work. Yeah. You know, if you have a Patreon, you have to do work for it, and it's a tricky kind of work because someone is willingly subscribing to your Patreon. You can't just one day decide, you know what, I'm gonna take a break from Patreon. Like, hey, patrons, I'm gonna take a month break. And like, sure, you're completely able to do that and completely, you know, justified in doing that. But because this isn't like a formal job, there's nothing, absolutely nothing. There's no manner of agreement that says that those patrons are still gonna be there when you return a month later. If you decide to change the formula of what you do and say, hey, I used to do comics, but now I'm gonna do like YouTube videos, also don't know if your patrons are gonna stay there. So it's this very weird thing of, I don't know what to do. Somehow I found something that works and I don't know exactly why it works. I just know that it works. And it's this very delicate thing that if I tap it the wrong way, it might break, and if it does break, I will never put it back together. So working with Patreon is very gratifying, but also very weird in that very specific Patreon way. And that says, have you played Casey's mod? It's part 2 of the game, the part after you defeat the Lashian. Please keep playing, you enjoy part 3, but if you just like playing the roguelike aspect, play Casey's mod. Yeah, I might. I mean, I might go back to it after, you know, I played Darkest Dungeon 2. I'm just pondering, like, how much longer the game will be. But like I said, I want to see the end of that. It's an interesting game, I really liked it, and I want to see how it concludes, but also I don't want to spend, like, 30 hours to then learn that, oh, you just got to part 3, now this part will play for another 70 hours. I would like to have, like, a clear sight of the ending, because it's a roguelike. It could last for 3 hours, or it could last for 3 years. I would not be able to tell. And when the game changes most of its rules on you, just like that, gauging how much longer you have left in the game becomes pretty nigh impossible. It would be good to have a good, better estimate of how much longer the game will last for. Komida says, getting closer to midnight here, gonna call it a night. Methinks, great catching your stream, thanks for hosting, you're welcome. Thank you so very much for sticking around and for the great conversation too. And on all the insight that you have been providing. And well, one of these days if you decide you want to try collab and you're open, you promise to be gentle. Good, I would very much appreciate that. That is true though, the furry community tends to focus more on visual than written. Yes, absolutely 100%. I guess it's because with regular stuff, it's kind of easy to like your Games of Thrones. It's easy to be like, yeah, there's a human. It's a human. You know, we humans, you've seen them, probably. Maybe not in the past couple years, but you've probably seen them at some point. If you can imagine a human. But if it's like, it's a dog, it's a bear, like, how? We could have like a visual reference for those kinds of things. Like, are they like just humans with dog and bear features? So are like they regular human height, or they're doing this Zootopia thing where dogs are tiny and bears are huge? How does that goes? That's something that is something that one would need to consider, and that's why being visual helps. There's said also that it's also gamed by Deno Mullins. I don't know what that means. It's gonna change its rules a bit. I don't know who that person is, unfortunately. Um, Nowadays I really don't know, like, game by the developer. So, like, I think that at some point the only, like, game that I knew the name of the developer for was Prince of Persia by Jordan Mechner. Other than that, I know nobody else. Might say, ah, this game is made by the great blank, and I would not know who the hell that is. Oh, and also, Fallout by Todd Howard. But then again, he didn't single-handedly make the game, so that doesn't quite count. Anyways, it's the creator of Pony Island. I don't know what that game is. Never heard of that. To be fair, I'm not much of a gamer. Surprise, surprise. I do like to play my games every now and then, but I'm kinda not in the loop, not in the known when it comes to games. So a lot of things just I'm completely unaware of, very unfamiliar. And I think the only reason why I played Inscription is because, like, I do follow some YouTube channels, and one of them was talking about Inscription. And from the things that they said and the way that they said those things, I was like, ah, this sounds quaint and interesting. Let me check it out. And then I find that, oh, this can be a lot of fun. I think it was also like that these YouTube channel people, they were like, ah, this game is blah 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 blah, and I said, okay, all right, let me see. And then I went back to the Steam page and I was like, oh, I have seen this game. I saw this game like throughout this week showing up and being like on the top seller list or something, and I was like, ah, it's a new game. Apparently, a lot of people are buying it. It has very good reviews. But looking from the images and the pictures, it's like, ooh, there are creepy-faced men on the other side of this table in this very dark environment. This sounds like a horror game. One of the tags says psychological horror. I'm out. Goodbye. And I just left. And in fact, it's weird because it's a horror game, and I mainly played it at night, and that's 100% everything I ever I hate. But I did it anyways. Ventus Power. No YouTube, disse, vim só mandar beijo e boa noite, Kim. Arrasa. Obrigado, Ventus Power. Não sei se você já está indo, mas boa noite. Durma bem, tenha bons sonhos. E celebre o fato de que o Telegram não foi bloqueado no Brasil. As coisas poderiam estar muito piores. Anarquia total. Mas, felizmente, não. So what is up with Pony Island? Why is it something I should be aware of? Or is it not? I feel like I might have heard of that too. Probably because of Inscription. What's going on with it? I think I might have seen like a video on someone talking about the genius of Inscription and like and of course because this game was made by Blank, who also previously made Pony Island, that game that is blah 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 blah. But that could be literally anything. And as you said, game created by Satan to take souls. I mean, of course, you know what they say, Satan is Lord. That's what he does. Souls. And it's a cute game that turns dark. Ooh. You know, up to this day, there's this game I played forever ago. I have no idea what it's this name, because I've tried looking up for it and I cannot find it. It's like a silly platformer, kind of like, no, Super Mario. But it's like a silly platformer that turns super dark. And like, not in a dark, disturbing, well, it is disturbing. Not like a crazy way where things change drastically. It's just like, all of a sudden the screen will like go kind of red, with, you know, blood and gore everywhere, and the upbeat music will stop playing. There will just be like a heartbeat, and then enemies will show up all of nowhere, and they kill you in one hit, whereas no previous level had any enemies, or the enemies were like kind of cutesy like the Goombas, but then all of a sudden they're like monstrosities. And it's like also, I believe, like a pixel art game, or no, the graphics are very simple. And I think it had the name, for some reason I think that the name is something like Inversion or Reversion or something like that. And the thing I also don't remember if it's like, because like the idea of the game, from what I gather, is that you're playing and then suddenly you're in Silent Hill, pretty much. And I don't remember if that was a game mechanic, like you had to consciously choose to do that, or pass through a threshold that you could see that would do that, or if it was just something that happened randomly because the game was trying to fuck with you. So, all in all, it was a thing. I cannot remember the name of that game. If you have any inkling of an idea of what that game is, let me know. But how does it turn dark? Tell me more about this Pony Island sort of horror nonsense that is going on. Like, I don't like horror games. Mostly because I'm a huge overgrown dog-shaped chicken. So, horror games are not my deal. But more often than not, they have very cool ideas or very cool plots and stories, and I like to know more about what the game is about, what the story is about, what interesting theories and works went into this game that I will never play, because even though I might be interested in the subject matter, I'm absolutely not interested in the means of execution. It's like if a horror game had like, play this horror game and at the end it will tell you the secret to humanity and to infinite happiness and money. And if it was a horror game, I would not play it. I would be like, you know what? I guess I'll manage. I'll keep on being poor and depressed. I really don't want to play this horror game, even if it promises, you know, limited happiness and money and this and that. And that says, can't say anymore, it will spoil it, but to be honest, it's not that scary. You're a baby when it comes to horror games as well. Well, we're both we're both toddlers when it comes to our horror resistance. You know, ironically, I did play like a couple horror games. This was forever ago. Don't even remember when or how, but I did play a couple horror games. One, I don't even remember the name. Might have been Obscura or something like that. but it's not that crazy hard of a game to find. It's like it's a game that takes place in like high school, and there's these kids that look like adults. We're like, oh no, let's go inside because blank, and then they go inside the school, but there's like being overtaken by monsters, and then instead of just retreating, they decide we're gonna keep on going, and then the night falls, and then those students have to go through the school and uncover the secret of why the monsters are there. It's like a professor that's doing some kind of crazy experiments. And the monsters, they hate light, so they're hurt by it. And you have the students, these American movie teenagers, who all have roles, and they're good and bad at things, and if they die, that's it. That's permanent death. They die forever. But the idea of the game is that you're trying to get to the ending with as many students alive as possible. But also, each one has like their own unique set of skills. So if if the jock who does combat dies, you're pretty much fucked when it comes to combat encounters with monsters. You need to be really good. The thing too, I remember, is that there's always like two characters you have to go with. Like, I always have to group two, and you get to choose which two you're grouping up. And like, you could group them based on how useful they were as a pair, or also just group them together because of who they were, personality-wise, and get some interesting banter, I think. Don't know if the banter was real or not, or the thing of my imagination. But it was an interesting game. It might have been horrible as far as I'm aware, but when I played, I thought, okay, this game is cool. Also because it impressed me with one thing right at the very beginning, which was the whole like, let's go check into the professor in class, and then like pick your student, and I picked like a couple, but it was like a weird couple that I picked, like this two, just because. And then I went into class with them. Monsters were out and about, and I was like, how do I fight? The game didn't give me any fighting tutorial. What do I do? Then they died, and I kept throwing students to the slaughterhouse, and they all died until I got a game over. And I was like, well then, let me try that again, because I want to understand what I did wrong. So in my first time around, I picked a different combination of students. And I picked like the jock who's good at combat, but I also picked the nerdy girl who's like super smart and knows everything. Whenever I got into the classroom and the monster was there running around, she yelled something along the lines of, "Open the windows! I think they hate light." I was like, that is true. We learned that at some point. How did I not think of that? And then I ran to the window, opened it up. Light came in, and the monster died because it hates the light. And I was like, whoa. This game is good. The characters know things, and they help them. And like, the very basic piece of conditional programming and banter at the beginning made me praise this game to high heaven at the time. Like, man, the best game ever. Apparently got a sequel. I never played the sequel because the first game it felt like playing Metal Gear Solid. The story was all over the place. So yeah, I don't know what it's called. I think it's obscure. In any case, it's a fun game. The other horror game I played, I have no idea why I even played that. I just know that I did at some moment in time when I probably like having like a crazy high fever or some nonsense, because I think I saw somewhere about this game called Corpse Party, and I said, ooh, I heard this blank saying that this is good, let me give it a try. And then I went and tried, and boy, was I pissed with that game. Super pissed. For several reasons. First and foremost is because, English is not my first language, so especially more so before when I wasn't good with English, the game is like, there's complicated puzzles. use your knowledge of English to understand the clues that we're giving you, that so you can solve the puzzles. Because you're totally a master of the English language, right? Right? And no, that was not the case. I was very, very unaware of anything. So, the reasons why I was pissed with Corpse Party is that the game would not ever relent on taking any opportunity to be like, ooh, you misclicked here, ooh, you stepped in this specific spot, ooh, you chose this dialogue option, let me kill you here real fast. And you would get a game over screen with like the current character that you're controlling dying just because like the game said, sure, it's time for you to die. And then you do. That sucks. But then I started doing things right and I stopped dying. All of the things that in that game that wants to kill you. And I got to the end. All the way. And when I got to the end, the game was like, ah, sure, you got to the end ritual, but you certainly have collected 6 seals throughout the game, have you not? Otherwise, you cannot complete the ritual, and you are not able to complete the game. I don't even know. Like, gave you a game over, it was just like, yeah, no, we can't complete the ritual. I have to go back into the hallway and fight these monsters and die. I was like, wait a second. How do I get the seals? And then I looked somewhere, and I was like, I have to replay every chapter to get the seals? Screw that. And I just looked at a online video of someone playing through the game and finishing the game. I said, okay, now I know the ending. I'm sated. Because that was the hugest nonsense ever of this whole game that takes place in like chapters. And every chapter you have to collect like a special item, perform the ritual at the very end of the game. But also I don't think the game tells you that super specifically. Like it does says, oh, there's the ritual that needs to be done and blah blah blah. But I don't think that the game tells you you need to physically pick up those items in the game. Although like I did pick a couple and I was like, oh cool. Seems important, let me keep it. But I don't think it also didn't make a remark of like, 2 of 6 sacred seals or something. To let me know like, I'm missing some, I need to go back and look for them. It was just like, yeah, no, you got to the end of the game, you didn't pick, there's 1 per chapter, go back. Replay the game. I was like, no, I'm done. I'm just done. Now that I think about it, it might have been that at some time I was in a very big like horror binge. Not that I played horror things, but I was trying to like tackle horror things. Because there was this horror game for the PlayStation 3 called Siren. I tried to play that. Had a lousy time. Not a fun game. In the fact that it's, horror. Plain and simple. It's horror, therefore we no like. But for some reason I decided, you know what, I'm gonna play Siren and see what's up with that. Might have been 2 things. The first thing it might have been is that it was a PlayStation 3 game and I thought at the time, ooh, PlayStation 3 games have trophies. Not all of them, just some. So, like, trophies was like a new concept for them at the time. And they were like slowly pushing them into some games. Not all games had trophies, I don't think. So, like, sure, let me pick up the games that have trophies and then start collecting them. But collecting them means playing the games. I say this because I also had means of getting games. Not that I was, had the means to get games. It's a double-sided statement. I shouldn't say anything in that regard. Anyway, might have been that, or might have been because I saw that one of the characters, the main character, I guess, main-ish character, like an American who speaks Japanese, is voiced over by Yuri Lowenthal, who's well, nowadays you might know him as the voice of Spider-Man in the Spider-Man game from Marvel. Marvel's Spider-Man, the game, video game, yeah. But then I knew him from being Yosuke from Persona 4. I was like, ooh, I want to see more of this character, this voice actor, because I like this voice. And then I looked into that, saw that he was a character in Siren, and I said, sure, let me play that game. And then I tried to play Siren. Didn't like it, not one bit, then I stopped playing it. Didn't like it because of the horror aspect. And also because in one level you have to literally stealth around a closed environment as a little girl, and that's both scary and stressful. And I said, you know what? No, I'm done. Screw this nonsense. I'm done. But I think also it was like originally a PlayStation 2 game that got remastered or remade into a PlayStation 3 game. Because I think like the original PlayStation 2 version was kinda janky. Because it had like this mechanic that you can go into the eyes of the zombies to see what they see, but because it creates a picture-in-picture of two different areas of the game, the frame rate will drop like crazy. And they wanted to try and redo that, the PlayStation 3, and they did. And the frames still dropped. They just didn't drop all the way down to 5 frames per second, but rather like 15-ish. I don't even remember what was the point of that mechanic. I just remember that he had that. It was a weird game. So explain to me this, why is it that you, someone who is a self-proclaimed baby when it comes to horror games, was playing a horror game, or is playing horror games? And you say that Daniel Mullen's games you don't find that scary, to be honest. Yeah, Inscription is not like scary per se. It has like scary atmosphere and vibes, but is not a scary game. I just absolutely hated playing through the first portion of the game and losing, because then the last was like, I'm gonna get you, and then the hands expand from the creepy darkness. He gives you a neck massage. And the hands coming, it's like, oh no, please no, don't. And then whenever you're in the little room and he's like, ah, let me take your photo, and he does take the photo. For just a brief moment, you're like, I might catch a glimpse of what he is, but also at the same time, I kind of don't want to catch a glimpse of what he is because it's scary. And that's the thing, really, that's so scary, is part of the not being able to see things and just being like, they exist, they're there. And they're interacting with me in some way, but I can't quite see them. Of course, obviously, my head is imagining the worst. But overall, the game is not that scary. It's like, so long as you don't die. Die/lose. It's a pretty bearable game, even. Pretty interesting too, like, really gotta respect the mechanics, because nowadays, there's so many card games out there that it's kinda hard to make up a new card game. At least one that is good and interesting, and it did somehow. Whereas many other things were probably like set dressing of some kind. Like, for example, the mechanic where you pull out your teeth, get a couple extra lives. Or not a couple, but a extra life. Like, it's presented in a way that it feels like, oh no. Definitely, if I wasn't already, I'm definitely feeling uncomfortable now. And it's done that way on purpose. It's designed to make you feel comfortable. Accentuate the creepy vibes and the atmosphere of horror, without actually having to have any horror elements. In fact, that is a horror element. The hell am I saying? Just that nowadays horror means jump scares. Which isn't true. Horror is scary. In fact, good horror has no jump scares whatsoever. Well, except for one short video that I saw that had like a pseudo jump scare, quite a jump scare in classical. Was this interesting video of I think it was like probably just some student video at some point of this woman that's like, I'm going back to my bedroom. Let me turn off the lights in the corridor, in the hall. Then she starts walking towards her bedroom. She turns off the light to the hall because like the hall is completely lit up and you can see everything. She turns off the lights and lights go out, but because of some minor reflection that is there, you can kind of see a little bit of the hall, and you can see that suddenly there's a silhouette at the very far back of the hall. And then she stops at the door and is like, wait a sec. And she turns on the light and there's nothing there. She turns off the light and the silhouette is back there. She's like, what? Turns on the light, turns it back off, the silhouette is there. She turns on the light, the silhouette's gone. Then she turns the light off again, and instead of the silhouette being at the very far back of the hall, it's like few feet away from her, like pretty much at the bedroom door. Then she does like, oh no, and steps back in fear, and the video ends there. And like, it is a jump scare, but also is something that you kind of may see coming. You're like, oh, it's a spooky Rooney. Something bad's gonna come and spook me. Just don't know what or how, but you know that something is going to. In horror games, jump scares are probably kind of like the ones that show up out of nowhere with next to no anticipation, where you're completely not expecting it and they just catch you by surprise. They just build the tension to be like, okay, something might happen. But that's the only clue you're getting is the little bit of tension in the design, and not necessarily something that like, oh, there's a silhouette, so a man is gonna show up, a man is gonna do a thing. A man is gonna do the spooks. So when the man does show up, you are spooked, but you're not jumping out of spook. You're just doing the, ooh, I don't like that. Well, but all in all, I have not been playing. Except for Inscription, it's probably the only horror game I've played in the last decade. Kinda comfortably say it's not played horror games in like a decade. Except maybe if you count Pathologic 2. It has sort of like horror vibes. Oh, and of course the Arkham Horror board games. Played a lot of those. And a lot of Call of Cthulhu, but then again, I was the one running the horror. I don't know if that counts. As you're asking why they are so cute. By they you mean Francis and Bradley? Why they are so cute? I don't know. Might be that it's everything has been like targeted ads all along. I did field research over years of doing comics to see like what people want, what people like. To find out what makes a character cute, then scientifically build cutest character there is. And apparently the results have come in and they're psychologically damaged male and happy-go-lucky wholesome boy is what makes them cute. Is both their appearances but also their personalities, because little do you know, a character's personality is influences severely and drastically how I illustrate them. And the way that I draw them also, well, it is being influenced directly by their personalities, but it also changes. And even when they're happy or sad, they look different from other characters who are also happy or sad, because their personality informs the way that I do most of the drawing. And it's this scientific combination of cute with the practical application and knowledge of what is cute that allows me to make such cute characters. That's what I'm gonna stick with. Hopefully it holds up in court. Meanwhile, tonight's a night where I thought, huh, page looks simple enough. Maybe I might be able to go ahead and make sketch and the line art in a single day. That'd be great. Or rather, a single stream session. That'd be great. And let me tell you, it would be great. The big problem with that, though, is that I'm just so goddamn sleepy. Drowsy. Considering time that it is and how awfully tired I've the past few days for some unimaginable. So going to bed as soon as I'm done with the sketch would be good. However, there's a couple problems. First, that I'm not done and I'm late, so being done with it as soon as possible would be great. Fantastic. And the other problem is that I put on a big playlist of songs and it has not yet finished. Didn't even get to The Sims 1 building songs. Can't be done before we hear Now What. Arguably the best song now. The Sims music ever. Shall see how long I can go for. Probably as always until I can't function. Or I finish line art. Whichever one happens first. Probably will be the line art. So there should be a car in the background in that last panel. But as far as the car goes, I think I'm gonna superpose. Which I mean, whenever I'm doing the background, where I pretty much just splotch a bunch of colors around and about, I'll just pick like a bunch of car-like colors and throw it in there and be like, yeah, that's it. Kind of, like trying to get a perspective going on or anything like that. I'm hopping down a car. Although I might have to go and do perspective work on that last panel. Oh, hello there, Di. Morning to you. Yes, it is, as it happens, a lot of progress. And again, you did miss a big chunk of the stream where I was talking about the part where this sketch was being made and music was being played and games were being analyzed and that is were being discussed. It was a interesting, hot couple of hours. But how's it going? How are you doing? Welcome to this. And I said that you miss out on all the fun. Doing good here though, just starting the day. Yeah. Good morning. Make sure to get your breakfast. And all your other morning ablutions out of the way before you can go and start your Saturday. A great day for doing a whole bunch of nap. I don't know that a lot of fun was missed. It was mostly just conversation that lasted for a while about several varied topics. They're kind of good and also important. Both because they provide something more than this endless elevator music to be played, but also sparks up some interesting conversation topics there. Also, it helps me not helps me stay kind of awake, speak. Like it or not, it is 5 in the morning. Oh boy, it's 5:25 in the morning here. So, yeah. Time is starting to catch up with. That's not here nor there. I said nothing beats a cup of tea and art stream in the morning. Oh. I mean, yeah, absolutely. I wish I had tea. It's also morning here, but I would love to have some tea. In fact, I have tea. The only problem is that it expired because I brought a bunch of tea back in last year when winter was still around, but my mom was absolutely very, very like, no, you're not taking the thermos anywhere. You're gonna stay here in the kitchen. She didn't let me use the thermos store water, so if I wanted to get tea, I would need to get up, go all the way to the kitchen, brew 1 cup of tea, and then back here. And I wanted to have a thermos, so I just keep on chugging tea all day long. The alternative was making a bunch of tea and putting it in the thing. Nonetheless, it was less than ideal process, and I only figure out the I can't use the thermos rule after I had already bought boxes and boxes of tea. The end. A lot of tea that was never used and expired. Oh well. You also say that conversation can definitely help keeping you awake with the hours you work at. Yeah. 100%. That there. There's there's a distinct lack of focus of things to focus on. Which is why conversing, having some topic that you need to constantly focusing on, it's good to keep you awake. It helps you stay on track. Because some parts of this whole comic drawing endeavor are so very mechanical, especially this one, the line art. That's pretty much all that I'm doing. It's just going over certain parts of the drawing with a brush just to get the line art in. But all the lines are already there, so to speak. All I need to do is just make sure that the line art quality looks good, in that there are no kind of weird broken lines, and the thickness of the line isn't weird in certain places. Should never be thicker on the inside than it is on the outside. It's one of the main things to keep track of. But a lot of those things are very mechanical and the kind of stuff that you just do without thinking after you get used to it for such a long time. So my mind is able to idle and wander around Cosmos. Having something to focus me on the here and now definitely helps. And that tea must have been there for a long time for it to have expired. Months at least, I think. I'm not entirely sure, but it's like this tea expires in like 6-ish months, and it has been there for like 6-ish months. I might still have like a box of unexpired tea, but now is also a horrible time to be having tea because, you know, it's summer. I have a fan turned on right beside me. It'd be weird for me to be, you know, having hot tea and also have a fan blasting cold air at me. And Des says I'm gonna go lay down. It's almost 5 a.m. Sure, yeah, definitely go lay down and have a rest. Thank you for keeping me company. Sorry. Thank you for keeping us company and have a good one. Bye. And they say that hot drinks are good for hot weather because they get you to sweat, which can help with cooling. Well, they say a lot of things. Although it is true that, you know, sweating does help with the cooling. But the problem with sweating is that it's usually uncomfortable. Mostly with the fact that, you know, you get sweaty to begin with. After I'm done here with the comic, I just intended to go to bed. And it's gonna be trickier to go to bed if I'm all covered in sweat and be like, well, here I am. Gross musky dog. Means I'll have to take a shower. And the process of taking a shower, I don't know what kind of stuff can happen. I might lose my whole drowsiness and be like, ah, that was refreshing. Now I feel like taking on the day because you know, sun is rising. Just took a shower. Then all of a sudden I get a random boost of energy. Like, well, I'm like, it seems like someone's gonna be tossing and turning in bed for the next hour. What's that die? Just take covers, fanning you all the times, it's the only way. Only which what? In fact, I'm not super keen on the whole fan idea either. As effective as it is to combating the heat, it's certainly something that wastes a lot of energy. It's kind of costly to get an engine to be spinning endlessly for hours and hours and hours on end. And I say when you sleep. Oh, well, but that's the thing. It's not that I'll be like, not I'll be sweaty and hot when, or rather, still cooling off when I'm sleeping. More so that I will be feeling gross because I'll be completely drenched in sweat. And I try to make a point not to go to bed when I'm dirty. Oh. And even if, you know, I have taken a shower earlier and have just been sitting here doing a whole bunch of nothing. If I sweat, it's not necessarily like dirt that is on me. But I would still feel like I need a shower after that. All in all, the whole tea idea is very good because I like to have things around to drink. I do like to have things in my mouth. Also, do feel free to take that out of context. But the thing with tea is that it's hot. Like the other things that can be on my mouth. And it can get, you know, just weird to have hot tea at this day and hour. Who knows? Well, in any case, I don't think I have tea anyways. Buy me some. Because then again, I don't know like what kind of tea you guys usually have. But in here, the ones I usually get is the tea that is like the little sachet tea bag things. That I just dip into a cup of hot water. And just wait for it to I completely misplaced all of my tea brewing terminology. I need to go back to r/t. Get re-educated by the tea elite. None of that is a joke, by the way. All of that is dead serious. And if you could make me a cup of tea, cuppa, then you would. Oh, that's very nice of you. That's very kind. I would definitely appreciate and enjoy a cuppa. Especially if it was handmade for me. Both the tea and the cup. Because you know, with the amount of time it's going to take me to be done with this comic, you might as well learn pottery and make me a cup. Literally. And also, you're not making a cup just for me, you're investing in knowledge of pottery and cup making that you can take for life. It's definitely an investment worth making. Well, all in all, I'll look more into the whole tea business in the future. For now, I'm just finishing this whole line art thing here. Depending on how I feel, throwing colors as well. And that'll be it. Then I'll be going to bed. Waking up tomorrow, having to do work, but not on the comic work, housework. Because things are happening. And my help is required. I need to do work on things. Then after that is done, I'll be free to go back to finishing this work. My work that actually pays me money. Quote unquote. Gonna be a radical day. Full of mystical shenanigans. And you say that it's hope that things go well in the Doug household tomorrow. Thank you. Not my household, but it is a household where I inhabit. Very much. I hope that will go well indeed. But aside from that, I see you've just woken up. So what are your plans for Saturday? Or as I like to call the day of Saturn. I should be confused with Saturn. A god of some ancient culture. But also planet in our solar system. Also named after God. Instead, it's the day of Saturn. Whatever a Saturn is, I have no idea. We are probably celebrating it on Saturdays. Every Saturday. And you should probably work on some CV some more. You'll probably fit some time in for some fun things too, like play some things, chat your folks. All of those ideas sound great. Definitely worthwhile to put in the time to do something that is fun and enjoyable. In fact, someone just told me that there's a game called Darkest Dungeon 2 that is out. I said, no, that can't be it. I've been following the development of Darkest Dungeon 2 for, like, from afar, but still been following it. I would know it had if it had been released. And then I looked on Steam, and to my surprise, no, it has not been released. What the hell are you talking about? Then they said, yeah, it's on Epic Store. And I said, what? And I went to Epic Store, and lo and behold, the game not only has been released, but it has been out for nearly 6 months by now. And I just could not believe it. And well, shit them. I need to go and play it. Just go and buy it and then play it. So I chew once I'm done with the page and the household work, playing some Darkest Dungeon 2 and seeing what the heck is up with that nonsense. How come people kept it from me for so long? And you remember the announcement of DD2? Yeah, I remember Chu. Mostly I remember that it happened like in an event, in the gaming event before COVID. And also that someone remarked on like, what a missed opportunity for a name. And I said, what do you mean? They said, they just named it Darkest Dungeon 2. Like, they could have been Darkest Dungeon The Origins, or Darkest Dungeon World Tour, or Darkest Dungeon Reloaded. You know, any one of those sequel titles that they are giving to games nowadays, like Darkest Dungeon 2, Shoot 'em in. Be all kinds of names. Hey, they just went with Darkest Dungeon 2. Period. So that's kinda. But other than that, like, oh sure, whatever. But this guy over here, these people are made a game that was successful enough that they can make a second. This guy's like, ugh, could have done better. Meanwhile, said guy has not done better for himself. Push to show. Did I enjoy the first game, you ask? I did. In fact, I bought Darkest Dungeon 1 forever ago, and it was still in early access, and I was like, well, damn, let me see this game that seems interesting. And throughout the years, I've seen the game change, also drastically. Because at first, I don't even remember how it was like to begin with, but it was very different from the kind of version. I believe there was, well, for starters, there was no, the corpse mechanic wasn't a thing. So combat was kinda different in that regard. There were only 3 levels and you kept doing them endlessly. The final 2 levels were not yet in the game. Only a handful of classes were in the game too. There were plenty that were still not there. There was a lot of things missing, but as far as mechanics go, I think there was something also related to the stress mechanic that wasn't still there. Ah yeah, the the heart attack mechanic wasn't a thing. So super escalating your stress wasn't mortal at all. I don't remember what happened, but I think nothing. Just probably got like a debuff or something. Or the hero was like, no, I want to go home. And that was that. But yeah, I bought the game as soon as it went into early access. Played a bunch, sucked at that game because that game is hard as balls. Never finished it. It's a very hard game that requires a lot of time and investment. And I just don't have that kind of free time nowadays anymore. Invest hundreds of hours for RNG Jesus to take pity on me and allow me to win. And do you have a favorite combination of classes? Boy, kind of. I don't remember what they're called, but like the paladin guy, fan of having that in my party. Vestal is good as always. Definitely good for, the healing. At some point, I believe I was very keen on having the Jester because of like stress healing capabilities, but also I think at some point I was just like, nah. Not a fan of the whole Jester aesthetic. Even if it mechanically wise, it's the best character to have. Not have your party die out of stress. But also the Houndmaster was a fun too, and you did have some stress relief activities, but it was mostly constrained to resting scenes. And there was that other big guy with with the shield that I don't remember. The French bearded guy with the shield. His name, quote unquote, escapes me. I think he's Man at Arms. Also had him around. So out of those bunch, I believe that I had like the Knight, the Cavalier, whatever it was called, the Vestal at the very far back, the Houndmaster, and the Man at Arms. I actually kind of like the Leopard too. There's a bunch of damage, that boy. And then I tried to play with the Abomination, and I was like, ooh, that's fun. Kinda iffy, but also fun. Iffy because the Abomination deals stress to your party when it transforms, so like that's a bit more dicey than I'd like. And if you don't transform, the Abomination is kind of very bad in plan. And you love the Houndmaster and Men at Arms. Yeah, they're the best. Definitely like best true classes. One guy with a good boy and the other one being the good boy who protects and shields his teammates. Like a good boy with a good boy and a good boy with a shield. So just a bunch of good boys. In fact, since the game does not limit you from, how many characters you can have, I should probably just make a party that's like a couple Man at Arms and a couple Houndmasters and just go to town on that nonsense. Well, I think it doesn't limit the number of classes you can. Or used to, not sure if it does now. Something like that. You know, there was a point, there was a time where I was really good at the game because I had like the wiki open, and whenever enemies would show up, I was like, "Ooh, let me look it up to find like weaknesses and strategies, and just a general overview of what should I do now for myself." And whenever you came across like a curio, the halls, passages, would tell you like, this curio, you can get this effect if you use this item. I would always use the correct quote-unquote item there to get the best result possible. Never went to a specific place. I would see what their recommended loadout was, so I could go out with just the right amount of torches and rations and things. And then things started to like really look up. Until the game was like, now you're good enough, you can do rank 3 missions. And I said, sure, sign me up, let me do rank 3 missions, or rank 2, or whichever. And then all of a sudden, everything was killing me because all of the enemies leveled up. And I was just at the cusp of that level. So all of a sudden, all my work and preparation was not good anymore. I was dying left and right, not dealing nearly as damage, taking much more damage. I was like, whoa, this is brutal. And I tried to hold it on, but then you lose a character, and when you lose a character, all of your thing goes down the drain. You're like, oh, should go back to the drawing board. Let's pick a newbie and level them up. And then you do, but it takes forever, and then you just keep on this whole, oh no, they died, let me try that again for the end time. At some point I was just like, nah, I have stuff to do. There's a world out there waiting for me to live it. Can't spend all of it here, dying in the darkest dungeon. And yes, most important of all, both the Houndmaster and the Man-at-Arms, they have beards. Best feature ever. Dio, say also endless cycle of despair and a kick-ass narrator. Yes. Definitely yes. I don't know how they came across the narrator, but man, they certainly definitely hit the jackpot with that guy. In fact, I was watching at one point like a GDC talk, a post-mortem of Darkest Dungeon, where one of the lead designs creators of the game came to say, hey, so we made this game, let me talk about my experience making it. And it was pretty enlightening, pretty interesting to hear all of the things that went with that, and it was just very fascinating to learn all the thoughts, processes, and such. At the end of 2020, I was really binge watching a lot of GDC talks of game creators talking about their game creation process. Mostly, I was trying to find more talks by Alexis Kennedy from Fail Better Games, or used to be from Fail Better Games. The guy who made one of the guys, if not the guy who made Fallen London, a browser game which was amazing for its writing. The game was kind of so-so, but the writing was fantastic. The lore too. And then he went on to make Sunless Sea and then Sunless Skies. Not so much work on Sunless Sky, but still was there when it was being done, I guess. Then he left those people and went to work with just him and Lawless, I believe, in making Cultist Simulator, which is like a fantastic game. And his writing style is just so like appealing and very evocative, so full of mystique that I'm like, man, I want to know like how this guy does it, or what is his inspiration and this and that. And then when he went to do his GDC talk, I did not get a whole lot of insight into how he does his thing, other than other than just he's as a whole is a very eccentric man, says things in very eccentric ways. So it's less that that's his writing style, that's just his style overall. And it's kind of hard to, to emulate someone's writing style when they don't have a writing style, they have a lifestyle. Like, sure, I could try and emulate someone's writing style, that would be one thing, but it's another thing entirely to be like, okay, let me emulate the whole goth aesthetic as part of my life, to get into the mindset of writing things in this fashion. And then I watched some more like GDC talks about with the people that made Heaven's Vault, an amazing, fantastic game about like puzzle solving, being detective, but not quite, but also kinda. It's a weird game, and I really like it. And then a talk also with the people who made, what was that called again? 80 Days, which is a game where you go around the world in 80 days. It's pretty much just narrative. There's no gameplay there. It's just pick the next city and go. Talk to people on the way, have fun. And it was an odd little game, but also very interesting. And I believe it's like the same creators, the same studio made both Heaven's Vault and 80 Days, and now they made this new game called Overboard, which was also very fantastic. I played very little of it, but it's good. Very good, in fact. I'm kind of curious to see more of it, to play more of it. But like, those games are mostly narrative based, and I was binging a lot of GDC videos or game developer conference videos on those games to understand like what's going on with them. How are they being made? How is this and that? Mostly focused on writing because I was writing my visual novel at that time. And I wanted to understand like what's the process of writing one, what kind of thoughts go into it, because instead of writing for like comic, you're writing for a game. So what philosophies do you usually take into this? What considerations, what this and that goes into writing for a game versus writing for other manners of stories. And I didn't get a whole bunch of insight into writing for games per se, but I did get some insight into the whole theory of writing stories with meaningful choices, and or not necessarily like how to make your stories have a meaningful choice, but how to make the choices meaningful in a way that is like not like a branching path full of 300 paths, and the cool feature where if you choose this option now, the game becomes a shooter game because you just unlocked that segment of the game or something else like that. More so things of like, even when the question is not a choice, is not meant to have the big of a gameplay impact or mechanical impact or anything, just the way that you give the immediate answer afterwards can validate a lot of the choice that was made. And there are subtle, easy ways to alter the game. I'm pretty much just people saying like, no, making super crazy branching paths isn't isn't what gamers want. They might think they want that, but it's not what they want, and I'm not super sure how far I agree with all of the topics, but I watched videos from a lot of people, a lot of developers who did a lot of games. So I try not to focus on only one opinion, but a lot of them. And it was altogether very interesting. I learned a lot. And I think it's precisely the things that I learned at GDC from all those goddamn talks I watched that made me write the game in the way I did. Where there's a bunch of choices throughout the game, but they don't really impact the game, like the story. It's still very linear as far as the story goes. In fact, it's ridiculously linear. But the story doesn't feel necessarily branching, but the story feels more reactive because instead of just throwing a choice that instead of having a choice that just changes like some counters here and there, that so further on in the game someone is more friendly towards you or just gives you an immediate reaction, immediate response of someone saying a thing in a different manner, a different way, or with a different tone. The choices that you make in the game I made, that visual novel, the majority of them shift the character's mental status, like his mental balance, to whether or not he's more rational or more emotional. And whenever you're going through the game, the character has a lot of like inner monologue, so all the time his inner voices are talking to him or to one another. Mostly talking to him. Because the thing is that as you make choices, you shift the main character's mental status. So certain inner conversations, inner monologue from those voices, the voice of reason or the voice of emotion, they'll show an alternate version in which they're kind of heightened, or they'll stop appearing altogether. If you get Rob to a completely emotional state, all the logical, the reasoning, inner monologue will stop showing up at all. But also, he will start seeing new emotional monologue that is going on. And while it's not like a huge game mechanic altogether, it still feels, the story feels like more unique in a certain way, I think. Because suddenly the game plays differently. It's the things that you're hearing Rob's or reading Rob say change, and not necessarily say, but the things you're seeing Rob think to himself, they change and they feel more akin to what you have, to the path you're taking with him, mentally speaking. And I'm 100% sure that everyone will go down the emotional path, but I've written both paths that so both feel valid. It's not like you're doing good and evil route. It's like you're doing route emotion and route logic and reason. Or you could just go midway between both. The only actual thing that this effects in the game, if I'm being honest, is the very ending scene where Rob talks to Matthew when he shows up, much later. And in that conversation, eventually, Matthew says a thing and Rob responds. And this is like a scripted response, so like player doesn't have a lot of say in that. But the response as a whole, it's like a chunky paragraph text, would change completely depending on the Rob's mental state. Where in one he tries to reason things and be like, well, the things happen in this and that way, logically speaking, this is why you're feeling like this and why this has happened and blah blah blah. In the other route, he's more emotional, so he's or empathetic as I call it, and he's putting himself in Matthew's shoes, seeing things from his perspective. Although to be fair, Rob is kinda always doing this empathetic thing and seeing things from other people's perspectives, except that he goes about it in a logical or emotional. In any case, it's a bunch of hackery. If you know the secret, you understand like, oh, this game is super shallow. But if you don't, what you will see and what you will think is that this game has a lot of choices and that they somehow deeply affect the game. While they don't deeply affect the game, they do affect the game in a manner that was easy to write, easy to implement, and gives the game interesting spin. It's not something that breaks the whole thing, but it's also something that it isn't super costly to implement. Didn't take me that much research to learn how to code and implement that. I have no idea how I did that. Because it probably was in like a fugue state when I coded that game, because I did I learned so many things and did so many clever coding tricks that are like, I'm not a coding doggo. I'm not a programmer. I have no idea how I came up with all of those things. And of course, I did ask help to some coder friends here and there. Every once in a while, to be like, hey, I'm thinking of doing this. How do I do this specific? And you know, my coding friends, they're coding people, but I'm not thinking that, you probably do this way. You could do like an if statement to get things going on in that way. They're like, oh, why don't you go and get a state machine to record the the thing that is going on, and then you attempt to parse it through a loop, an if loop, and then maybe you also kind of create a matrix of information, kind of like a database, to store and pull information out of, and this and that. I'm like, whoa, hold the heck up! I understand nothing of what you're saying. And like for them as programmers, they know the full array of things you could do coding wise to get to the result that I was trying to describe. But me, a mere artist slash writer, I don't know. So everything that they suggested was way beyond me, so I had to stop relying on them and just come up with my own solutions to things. And I did, mostly. But all of that is to say that in the end, I watched a lot of GDC talks on how to write for games, and I think that it did help me write a better game, all that research I've done. And I bring up the GDC because I did see one of the guys who made Darkest Dungeon give a talk at GDC about how they made Darkest Dungeon. And it was fascinating to get an insight into how a game. And I say pretty impressive that she did come up with all that though. Well done for that. Why, thank you. So that's the weird thing. Like, I'm 100% averse to coding at all. I hate coding. But whenever I was coding for the VN, it didn't so much feel like, coding in the sense that it did before. It felt like solving a puzzle. But it actually felt interesting because I could see the results instantly in front of me. Like, I know that this is building for something, and I can see the progress building up in front of me. But also, I knew what this something was, and I knew exactly what I wanted it to be. And I knew, like, okay, I want to introduce this system. Oop, I don't know how to do that. Then let's throw that out of the window and come up with something easier and better to do. So, oftenly throughout the whole development of the thing, I kept changing my mind on how to do things, or if something was worth doing, precisely because I realized I don't know how to do this. And then I kept thinking, what can I do? Like, with the knowledge that I have of this program, what mechanics can I introduce to this? And there were not that many, to be honest. When you're trying to keep coding to the very basics, it's like you close off a lot of possibilities. But at the same time, you force yourself to work with very basic stuff, and make something good out of something very basic. And I think I did. I honestly think I did it. That I managed to grab all of those building blocks and up with something very, very passable. And have you played Disco Elysium, Doug? Yes, I absolutely have. In fact, Disco Elysium, I forgot, was one of the inspirations for the whole inner monologues for Rob. It was precisely because I played Disco Elysium that I thought, ooh, that's an interesting way of making the game work, is like having inner monologue. That's the first thing that came to my mind when thinking about internal monologues within the protagonist's brain, deducing how things go in the world that he inhabits. Yeah, yeah. Disco Elysium was actually the #1 inspiration for the way that I did dialogue in that game. I think also the old I did watch it, not a GTC, but like an interview with one of the designers of Disco Elysium, also of him explaining that the way that he did the whole chat log tree thing was to make it like Twitter, where it just kind of feels like a timeline where things just kind of keep popping in. Which is, very clever. Those people, they really know what they're doing. But, yeah. It was precisely because of Disco Elysium that I did the conversation system in the way that I did. Which is, how can I make this character have I don't want to throw in monologue, or rather narration into it, because that's what every other visual novel does. They do narration, which is the character saying, and I went to this place, and I did this thing, and so did that, and there's narration, a lot of it. Should describe things that are happening. No, things that are happening in the scene, but it's not illustrated or animated, so we just tell you that it's happening and you have to take our word for it. But you know, when I have narration, and it's like, at this point in the medium, it's just assumed that the reader can sort of... They can sort of follow along. You don't need to paint the picture of, like, oh, so I went back home. And, like, at the end of class, I went back home, and then just kind of changes the picture to the character being home. And I thought, I don't think that that's, like, good at all. I think that instead of the character just saying, I'm going home, and then just changing the scene to the character being home, I thought that those moments could always have something into them. So, like, the character going, on my way home, I was thinking about what so-and-so said. Or throwing a little bit more description into that narration as well, that so you could feel a little bit more of the character's mentality. And I thought that would be interesting to make narration in that way instead. And then I kept thinking of what other things could I do with narration? How else can I expand this? I really like the idea of having like the inner monologues between various sides of your mind and brain. And no, I couldn't go the Discolism way and have like what is it, 16 personalities? So I should keep it simple and bring it down to like 2. Just enough that there is a choice, but also not so many that writing the entire script boggles me down. Actually, I wanted to have like 4 different... I wanted to have 2 axes. One which was if the character is being reasonable or emotional. And another axis which is if the character is being very strict or more loose. With like... Can I afford to slack off a little bit? Can I afford to take things easy? Could I afford to, like, you know, just chill? Or am I strict in the kind of, I have to do these things, I have to be these places, I have to, you know, be responsible and do this and that. And the reason why I had that is because originally I was thinking of a system of, like, the character having obligations they need to... Rob having like the fact that he has an apartment that he needs to pay and has bills that he needs to pay and he has a job. So at some point in the story, like very early in the beginning, he would lose his job and it would be like, okay, I have like $500 in the bank and I have until the end of the week to find a job to afford to pay for my stuff. So that was my overall idea of what was going on with Rob. And depending on how much money he had, if he had a job, and how close he was to like the deadline of payment, the more stressed he would become and more he would start taking like stress damage, quote unquote. And if he was more strict, but if he was more loose, he would take no damage at all to his stress, but it would be harder for him to keep certain things in check. And ideally the game over state was like having your stress meter go down. And if at any moment the stress went down to 0, you would lose the game. Pretty simple. But then I realized that that doesn't make the game better, it just makes the game more stressful to play. And if at any point the game is not balanced enough, you could lock yourself out in the future. Like, I saved the game in this spot, but there's no way for me to gain money, or rather to reduce my stress, and there is an event coming up that will deal me stress and I will lose the game. But I didn't know that, and I saved over my things, so now I can't really go back, and now I'm stuck in this bad save loop. Besides, it didn't really add anything to the story other than just to paint the picture that, oh no, Rob is in a stressful situation. But then that did not need to be a game mechanic, so I trashed that. The same thing sort of with the whole like axis of being strict or loose with things. It didn't need to be an axis for like his mental condition. Because the only thing that was going to affect was how he dealt with the whole stress of having to pay bills. And since that mechanic was gone, I also had no reason for the strict and loose personality traits. I also made away with them, and the only thing that remained was those early two. The logical and rational. And at some point also, I think I thought not only that, oh no, that would make for a bad game if, you know, it doesn't add anything to the game other than to make it the stressful resource management thing. One of the other thoughts that went across my mind probably was like, no, this is too complicated to put this money management system into this game. How do I do this? I don't know how to do this. Screw it, I'm not gonna do it. It's too complicated, too hard. And then I trashed that mechanic also just because it was going to be absolutely nightmarish to program in. And the whole development was peppered with things like that, of just like, how in the world, what in the world, when in the world. But weirdly enough, like, I did the entirety of the story and programming the game in like less than a month. Then I took a couple months just to do all of the art for the game, and by golly, there was so much art. Because, like, I didn't just draw pictures like most other VNs have, I also animated them. Mouths and eyes, to get everyone talking and blinking. And also learn how to script that so they only talked and only talked when text was being displayed, and whenever text finished displaying, they would stop moving their mouths. And how to make the blinking animation play randomly every X amount of seconds. Or rather, at every interval between X and Y amount of seconds, they blink. To make the blinking animation random. Well, like, man, so many systems. And I coded all of that so freakishly fast compared to the art, which took me months to make. And Dia says, couldn't think of a better game to draw inspiration from, honestly. Yeah. In fact, I finished the entirety of Disco Elysium before starting to write We Got Another Year. I was like, wow, this is really inspiring. Let me see what I can do. And game mechanics wise. But also, the weird thing with Disco Elysium is that I had played it when it released because I said, this looks like potentially. And I got it, I played it for very little, and I was like, nah, this game looks complicated, I don't want to play it right now. Like, not in the mind state to play, to engage, to start this endeavor. I know, like with Wasteland 2, like at the very start of the game is like, go here and do the story, and then you go to the place and there's so much text to read, so many explanations, so much stuff going on. I'm like, not in the mood to be lectured about all of these things before I can start playing the game. So same thing happened with Disco Elysium, but then later on, I think a friend of mine, came and said, hey, Disco Elysium is pretty great. Because this and this has happened to me in the game, and I'm like, whoa, this is like, you know what? Maybe I should get back to that. I have that game. I didn't finish it, and I picked it up, and in fact, I had played Disco Elysium so little that I didn't even start a new game. I just picked it up from where I left off, and I was like, ah, yeah, I remember all that happened because there wasn't a chance for much to happen. And then I finished the whole game. It was great. This friend of mine, we were talking about like Pathologic 2 at some point, and how neither of us has the patience to finish it because it's just massive, endless, and relentless. Not endless, really. It's actually very linear and full game, but it takes time, and it's very, very like relentless. And here we are. I have sketch, which is now hidden because I don't need it anymore. I have colors, line art. All that's left is doing the shading, which I copied from the previous layer from the previous page because it has a swatch of colors I will use for making the whole shading. But yeah, after this shading, all that will be left is popping in the background, and then I'll be done. I'll be seeing this new page tomorrow at some point on Patreon. So yeah, lettering done. Next up is just shading, background, and then I'm done. And this is easier and faster to make, so that shouldn't take too long. So according to OBS, I've been streaming for 5 hours 20 minutes. It took me 5 hours 20 minutes to get sketch, line art, and coloring done for this page. And this page only has 5 panels. Most previous pages I've been doing have had at least 6, if not 7. So, and much more complicated poses going on, so. Art is tricky as all hell. But in any case, I hope you guys enjoyed this lively, lovely stream. I worked on page 18 of Call It What You Want Part 2. Like I said, this will be posted tomorrow for me, on Patreon. So either the end of Saturday or somewhere during Sunday, but probably on Saturday, hopefully. It'll be posted on Patreon, and you can follow the links that should be somewhere around this place. Either on my YouTube or my Picardo. Should go either to my Patreon to support me there and read more pages, to my Twitter to get notified of whenever new streams are coming up. And like I said, they are very impromptu and random, so they might happen anywhere. And also probably links from some of my galleries, where you can find other drawings outside from comics. And you say, well done on the progress, fellow. Why, thank you. It's a job. This definitely is a lot of work, but here we are. So, thank you all very much for watching. Thank you for sticking around, for the company. for the laughs, for the jokes, for the conversation. I'll be seeing you guys next time. Have a good one, everyone. Good night or good morning. Bye bye.